Hello, my friend. Welcome to your sleep story. My name is Stephen Dalton. I'm an Irish storyteller, and it's my great privilege to be the voice that you listen to as you go to sleep tonight. Being from Ireland, you might say I'm pretty familiar with rain. Rain for me is a comfort. For me, in many ways it means home. Not that it's always raining there, but it does quite a lot. And so tonight, because I know so many of you love my rainy-themed stories, I present to you a collection of those stories, so you can find the comfort and peace that you desire. One small thing, I'd like to thank those of you who support my work on Patreon. It really means a lot, and if you'd like to support me, you can find the link below this video. Okay, let's do the relaxation session now, which will take a few minutes before tonight's sleep story. I'm going to count down from 10 to 1, and as I do, allow yourself to let go more and more. 10. Feel the support beneath you, the support of your bed or the floor, and the earth beneath that. Feel the constantness of the earth supporting you. Allow that surety, that solidity, to allow you to release a little more now, to sink into this moment a bit more. 9. You are safe. All is okay. All is well. Allow my voice to be a point of safety for you. Allow my voice to be an anchor that keeps you in a safe space. Know that my voice will only ever bring you to safe places. 8. Feel into your body now. Notice where you might be holding. Anywhere that might be tense. Maybe your feet. Maybe your hands. Maybe your face. Maybe your belly. Just release it all now. Your body has worked hard for you today. It's time for it to rest. It deserves rest. 7. The day is done. Whatever has been, has been. Whatever will be, will be. All you have is now, and thoughts about the day that just was, or the days that are to come, don't serve you right now. So allow that. to enable you to settle into this moment more now. 6. This is your moment. You have nowhere to be, nowhere to go. The only place you need to be is here, enjoying this cozy sleep story and the sound of my voice. 5. You deserve rest. You deserve sleep. We all do. So allow that fact to help you to let go a little more now. 4. Perhaps allow yourself to feel a little gratitude now. Gratitude for this moment. Gratitude for the ability to rest. Gratitude for the simple things. Your breath, the shelter that you have tonight, the ability and the opportunity to switch off in a place of safety. 4. Embrace the coziness of this moment, the coziness of lying down in a safe space, moving towards sleep, and the beautiful act of storytelling, the ability to listen to a cozy sleep story. 3. Begin to engage with your imagination now. Begin to see a rainy, beautiful forest with tall oak trees all around and a pathway leading through them. 2. Check in with your body again. Make sure you're not holding anywhere. Really release and allow yourself to sink a little deeper. 1. Completely letting go now. As I tell you tonight's sleep story. I love my dog. I love being in his company. I love so much about spending time with him. And really, my favorite thing to do with him is to be in nature and to walk with him. Every single day since he was a little puppy, I have walked Timmy. We have our routine. We have our way of doing things. We have a silent understanding. In the forest where I walk Timmy, I take him there every morning, and we always start the walk the same way. We start by climbing a hill, and at first I enjoy taking some deep breaths, just to remind myself that this is my time as well as Timmy's. But of course, it is Timmy's favorite part of the day. But in this moment, I choose to be very mindful. I turn off technology, and I hear the sounds of the world around me. And today, it is raining. There is something about the rain that I love. There is a cleansing that happens, a freshness that it brings, a lightness even. And there is something so deeply calming about the sound of it as it falls on the leaves around me. Timmy doesn't seem to notice the rain. The only time I become aware that he has even noticed it is when we get home and he shakes his body side to side to get rid of the excess water. But other than that, I think he is happy just to be outside. He has his usual places that he smells. I once read that dogs can tell so much from the smells around them. They can know individual dogs by the smell, and people, of course. But their world is a world of smells. And as I walk with him, I always try and imagine what it is like for him in his little head. I know his eyesight isn't as good as mine, but his hearing and his sense of smell are far beyond mine. I also once read that you shouldn't bring your dog on the same walk every day. So as we move into the forest, I do try to take different routes so that Timmy doesn't get bored. Although he never looks bored here. He loves it. He loves the freedom. It's funny, but when we are at home and sitting in our apartment, he looks happy, content, cozy. But when we are outside, here in the forest, he He looks like he is meant to be here, like he is of here. Maybe I do too. We are, after all, nature ourselves. We are of this earth. And as I look around at this earth, as I walk through this beautiful forest, I stop when Timmy stops, and as he sniffs around the base of the trees, I look up at them, these beautiful oak trees that have been here longer than I. And I sometimes imagine what it would be like to arrive on planet Earth from a far-off world and see trees for the first time. We as humans are so used to them. But if you were to see them with fresh eyes, wouldn't they be astonishing? These giant structures emerging from the ground beneath them. And despite their tallness, they seem so humble. They seem like they don't want anything. They are so self-sufficient and so giving, of course. Anyway, I continue my walk with Timmy. I always find as I walk, and I deliberately become mindful, that ideas and thoughts that I need to have arrive. It's like when I choose to allow my mind some clarity, the right thing comes along and fills in a space. Timmy has offered me that, because I know without him I would not walk this forest every single day. Maybe I would go once a week, but Timmy needs to be walked each and every day, morning and evening, and in the middle of the day too. And so I find myself walking and walking. And apart from the moments when I'm talking to Timmy, I am gifted with these moments of contemplation. In the evening walks, I allow myself a podcast or some music or an audiobook. But in the morning walks, I allow nothing but this quiet peace to exist between myself and my dog, and this communion to exist between myself and the world around me. Because I have walked this walk many times, I have seen it in every season. There is something in that, I always think. To see a place change day to day, week to week, month to month, year to year. I have seen this place in the deepest of winter, when the snow falls heavy. I have seen this place when the first buds of spring appear and the birds begin to sing louder. I have seen this place in the full bloom of summer, when you can hardly see the sky for the green leaves above. And I have seen this place in the rich redness and orange of autumn. And so has Timmy. For Timmy knows this place better than I do, I would say. He knows its smells. He knows its sounds. He knows the textures underfoot, all with more clarity than I could ever imagine. He even knows its tastes. And as I walk with him each day, I dwell on our enduring companionship. It's like he was always there, always a part of my world. The faithfulness a dog can bring you is like something I never experienced. Of course, with humans, we have deep trust and faith. But maybe with a dog, it is the innocence that comes with that faithfulness that makes it so unique. Whatever it is, I have come to know that it is so special. I had a dog growing up, a dog I loved as well. But now that I am a man, I suppose I have a different understanding of the relationship between human and dog. As a child, you just accept these things as a given. But as an older human, you question it. You think about it. You wonder about it. And it isn't a given that these little animals should show us such kindness. It is a relationship that has been forged through millennia. It is deep within us. Timmy came into our life quite unexpectedly when he was only a little guy. I wasn't sure I wanted a dog at this particular point in my life. But from the moment he arrived, I never wanted to leave him alone. When I have to go away, I find it hard. We are very close. And it is on days like this, as I walk through the forest, the rain falling on my jacket, that I feel very grateful for everything in my life. Not least of those gifts is Timmy. I stop for a moment and I just breathe in. Breathe in the smells around me. And I breathe out, allowing myself this time, allowing myself to let go of plans and worries. I'm allowed this time. I'm allowed to have this headspace. I'm allowed to have this little friend who accompanies me now through life. There is something about having a dog that is like having a warm hug always with you. No matter what the world throws at you, there is always that soft little creature who doesn't judge you, who doesn't think badly of you, who is only kind to you. There is a lot to be said for that. Now I pick up a stick and throw it for Timmy. Oh, how Timmy loves to chase a stick. He will run and run and run. He has so much energy. And his face lights up when I throw the stick. It is a way of us communicating, a way of us saying to each other, okay, let's play now. And we run together. And it's like he's smiling in those moments. He is faster than me, that's for sure. But he always comes back. But I can never get him to drop the stick. It's always a tug of war. Something I haven't managed to train him to do, among other things. But I try. We both love being in this forest, being away from it all. Here I have nothing to do but walk. Walk and walk and walk. I have no obligations but to be there for Timmy. I have no phone to answer, no people to talk to. I hardly ever see anyone else there, so I don't have to care about how I look. There is a freedom in all of that. A freedom of just letting go and being with my little dog in nature. I sometimes think as I walk about the life in the forest, the millions and billions of little microorganisms that live in the soil, the networks of roots between the trees, how they sustain each other, how they warn each other, how they nourish each other. I look at the young trees and wonder if they'll make it to become big trees. I look at the big trees and wonder how long they have stood there. What have they seen in the history of the earth? What great moments have they been alive for that I wasn't here for? I look at the strength of their trunks, and sometimes I marvel at how they can stand through all kinds of weather. I then get to my favorite bench, and Timmy comes and sits next to me. He knows the drill. He will sit quietly while I do my meditation. This is where I get even more mindful. I feel my body sitting in this space. The rain falling from above, landing on my skin. The soft breeze. I notice my heart beating. I notice my breath as it enters and leaves my body. I notice the sounds around me. The sound of the rain falling on my coat. The sound of the rain falling on the leaves. The sound of the rain falling on the soft earth. I notice my thoughts that come and go. I don't fight them. I don't judge myself for having them. They just arrive and then go. And I notice the presence of Timmy. If he wasn't here, I wouldn't enjoy this moment as much. And there is a softening that happens within me. A gentle releasing of lots of tension, both in my mind and my body. And once I have finished my meditation, I move towards the end of our walk. I'm not sure if Timmy knows when we are reaching the end of the walk, because he always seems so happy. But he must. He is so used to the routine. Someone told me recently that dogs know much more than we think they do. and I believe that. And so I often talk to Timmy, wondering what he understands and what doesn't make any sense to him. He is a constant source of fascination for me, and I know that we have many, many walks to come, and I know that each and every one of them will be different in their own little way, kind of like Timmy, different in his own little way. Good evening. Welcome to your sleep story. My name is Stephen Dalton, and it's my great privilege to be the voice that you listen to as you go to sleep tonight. In tonight's story, you'll be visiting a forest, and you'll be sleeping under the stars in a cozy tent. But it's going to start raining, which is only going to add to the coziness as the sound of the rain on the tent envelops you and brings you into a deep, restful sleep. After the story, the sounds and music will continue to play so they can accompany you as you move deeper and deeper into sleep. If you haven't already, I'd be really grateful if you could subscribe to my channel and give the video a thumbs up. This, of course, helps others to find out about my channel. And don't forget to hit the alarm bell. This will notify you when I release a new story, and there's so many more to come. And finally, because I know you want to get to sleep, you'll know by now, if you're regular with my channel, that I love to read your comments. I check them pretty much every day, and I reply when I can. I love to receive suggestions for stories, so please feel free to make them. Now let's get relaxed. Make yourself comfortable in your bed. Adjust your pillow and tuck yourself in. Close your eyes whenever you feel ready. Place your arms and legs in a position that is comfortable for you, where you can relax completely. Your feet are relaxed and loosened. Your back and head also find a position that is comfortable for you. Now, feel your breath. Notice how your chest rises and falls. In and out. Relaxation comes all by itself All sounds around you flow past you. They help you to relax more and more. You hear the sound of my voice. It relaxes you deeper and deeper. Now I'm going to count down from 10 to 1. And as I do, you allow yourself to let go more and more. You sink from 10 down to 9 and let go more and more. 9. You feel a deep calm and serenity bring you to 8. A comforting and relaxed feeling spreads throughout your body with 7. Deep harmony fills you with 6. Notice the silence. 5 lets you sink down further. 4 helps you to let go, and everything around you becomes softer and gentler. Let it happen with number 3. And let it flow. With 2, you are released and free. 2 gives you time. Time for yourself. Time for relaxation. 1 helps you to go deep, deep into your world of fantasy, to let your imagination flow. Deep within a serene and enchanting forest, a gentle breeze whispers through the treetops, and you are more than happy to enter this forest. You feel safe as you take your first steps into this magical realm. The soothing sounds of rustling leaves and birdsong envelops you, inviting you to let go of your worries and just embrace the present moment. This moment is all you have. Now this forest is a breathtaking place, filled with vibrant greens, dappled sunlight, and the rich, earthy scent of damp soil and moss. The towering trees with their branches reaching for the sky, create a protective canopy that filters the sunlight into soft, golden beams that dance upon the forest floor. As you venture deeper, your senses are awakened by the beauty and tranquility of your surroundings. You notice the delicate patterns of leaves, the velvety softness of the moss-covered rocks, and the intricate dance of sunlight and shadow. The air is fresh and crisp, filled with the aroma of pine needles and the subtle fragrance of wildflowers. Your attention is drawn to the gentle rustling in the underbrush as a family of deer emerges. Their graceful movements captivating and serene. They glance at you with curiosity before continuing their quiet journey through the forest. Their presence, a testament to the harmony of this natural sanctuary. As you continue to explore, you find the perfect spot to set up your tent. The ground beneath you feels soft and cushioned and supportive, a welcoming embrace from the earth itself. This spot feels welcoming and peaceful, and with a sense of excitement, you begin the process of setting up your tent. You carefully lay out the tent on the ground, ensuring it's positioned just right to catch the gentle breeze and the golden rays of sunlight. As you assemble the tent poles and secure the corners, you can feel the satisfying connection to nature as you create your own little home amidst the trees. You then proceed to make the interior of the tent inviting and comfortable. Unrolling your sleeping bag and placing it on a soft layer of padding. you create a plush nest in which to rest your weary body. It isn't long before the evening is upon you, and you sit by a little campfire under the blanket of stars above. You feel safe here, so very safe. The stars and the trees keep you company, and the warm glow of the fire comforts you and offers you peace. Soon, it is time to get into your tent and say good night to the day that was. And as you zip your tent closed, you take one last look through your little door at the nature that surrounds you, and you feel a droplet, one single droplet, land on your nose. It's about to rain, and it's time that you get even more cozy. You settle into your sleeping bag, and the soothing sounds of the forest envelop you. The rustling leaves, the distant calls of nocturnal creatures, and now the gentle patter of the beginning of the rain. It rains softly at first, And then the rain grows heavier. And the sound is so rhythmic and so soothing. The world outside seems to fade away, leaving only the comforting sense of solitude and the pitter-patter of the rain falling from above. Its steady rhythm lulling you into a state of deep relaxation, providing a feeling of security. with each drop that falls. Your body feels more at ease. Your mind more tranquil. And your spirit more connected to the world around you. As the rain pours down, perhaps you are reminded of the simple beauty of nature and the power it holds. The forest, the rain, and your cozy tent all combine to create a haven of peace and serenity, allowing you to fully embrace the restorative magic of the present moment. As you lie there, listening to the soothing patter of raindrops on the tent, your thoughts begin to wander, and perhaps you imagine the marvelous journey of a single raindrop high above the earth, in the vast expanse of the sky. Delicate wisps of clouds gather, swirling and combining, eventually forming a dense grey blanket. Now these clouds are the product of water vapor that has risen from the Earth's surface, carried aloft by the warm air currents. Each tiny water molecule has embarked on a journey, leaving behind its earthly home, bound for the heavens. Within the clouds, the water molecules coalesce, joining together to form droplets. As the droplets grow in size, they begin to feel the gentle pull of gravity, urging them to return to the earth from which they came. Finally, the moment arrives when the droplets can no longer resist the Earth's call, and they begin their descent. a single raindrop embarks on a graceful journey downward, twirling and dancing through the air as it falls. It joins countless other raindrops, each one on its own unique path, creating a symphony of sound and motion that fills the forest with life and energy. raindrop approaches the earth. It lands softly on a vibrant green leaf, adding its weight to the delicate structure. The leaf bows gently under the added pressure, releasing the raindrop to continue its journey. It slips from the leaf, splashing into a small puddle on the forest floor. Sending ripples outward in a mesmerizing pattern. Now, a part of the puddle, the raindrop, begins yet another chapter in its journey. It may be absorbed by the roots of a nearby tree, providing sustenance for the living being that shares its home with you. Or perhaps it will find its way to a nearby river and go to the ocean. As you lie here in your cozy tent and sleep and dream beautifully, allow yourself to be reminded of the interconnectedness of all things, the endless cycles of nature, and the beauty and wonder that is present in even the smallest details of the world around you. Sleep now. Sleep in your cozy tent, supported by the earth beneath you and comforted by the rhythmic sound of the rain, bringing you deeper and deeper into a peaceful, restorative slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the forest and the knowledge of nature's eternal dance. Tonight, you have a very special invitation. You have the opportunity to spend your night in a museum. An old friend of yours works at the museum as a night security guard and has offered you a chance to visit him. You are now standing in front of the museum. Soft rain is pattering on your umbrella. Breathe in the clear, cool evening air. Dusk has already set in, but you can see the museum building clearly in front of you. It is illuminated with bright yellow lights. Your gaze wanders over the impressive building. The two-story facade, with its ornaments, is reminiscent of an old, stately mansion. The high windows are separated from each other by delicate stucco work, and above the entrance there are several statues and figures. A magnificent dome sits on top of the museum, forming a floor all of its own, and 6 great columns flank the large entrance gate. Your lungs fill once again with the fresh, rainy air, and then you slowly ascend the wide staircase to the entrance. The last visitors for the day are just leaving the museum, and a little boy hops exuberantly down the steps beside you, out into the summer rain. You smile and shake out your umbrella before entering the large wooden front door. The interior of the museum immediately immerses you into another world. Beautiful murals decorate the high entrance hall. Large passageways lead to the various exhibition rooms. You still have time before you meet your friend, and so you choose to look around the place in peace. The Department of Prehistory seems like a good first choice. The room you enter takes you back to a time when our ancestors were still hunters and gatherers. Slowly, you stroll around and look at the exhibits. Spear points and cave paintings are on display. On one of the walls hangs a variety of stone tools. You admire how finely they are made, and it amazes you that these were made by human hands many thousands of years ago. When you enter the next exhibition hall, a lifelike figure of a Neanderthal awaits you. Frozen still, he sits on a stone in the middle of the room. He rests his head on one hand, and he looks as if he is thinking about something. You look back at him, wondering what he is thinking about. It strikes you that this is an amazingly well-made statue. The Neanderthal shows a deep intelligence. In the last exhibition room, you learn that most people lived in simple huts, and they lived together in small groups. You look back to the Neanderthal man. What would he have to tell you about his life? In some ways, he doesn't look much different from us people today. Slowly, you stroll into the next room. Pictures and displays show how the Ice Age changed the lives of our ancestors. You learn more about their first settlements and houses, and how they changed from hunters to farmers and traders. Soon, you move on to the next section of the museum, the aquarium and sea life exhibition. There are many tanks here, and the first one that catches your eye is filled with an array of marine creatures, all illuminated by small hidden lights. There are beautifully colorful corals everywhere, soft sand on the ground, and little bubbles ascending their way up. You see a group of brightly colored clownfish darting around their coral home, their vibrant orange and white stripes standing out against the blue background. They move with such grace and fluidity. The sea anemones sway gently in the current, creating a mesmerizing display of color and movement. You pass along the other smaller tanks until finally you come across a huge round tank filled with jellyfish. They are illuminated in cool blue tones, their delicate bodies floating gently in the water. As they pulse and drift, they create a calming and hypnotic effect. Take a few moments to appreciate the beauty of these creatures. Look at how they move with such ease. Perhaps you feel a sense of wonder and awe at the diversity of life in our oceans. Or perhaps you feel grateful for the opportunity to witness it up close. It has become very quiet around you. The last visitors have left the museum. Your time in the world of prehistory and the aquarium is over, and you have looped back into the entrance hall. A large sign points to an art exhibition by various painters. But before you set off, you meet your old friend. He invites you to follow him up to the top floor. A wide staircase with a red carpet takes you up one floor before you ascend an elegant, wrought iron spiral staircase to the very top. A large circular room opens before you, and you recognize the domed structure you had noticed as you entered the museum. In the center, a huge telescope takes up most of the space. Various images adorning part of the walls show a wide variety of constellations and planets. The rain clouds have cleared, and so you get the unique opportunity to experience tonight's full moon up close. With a hum, the gate in the dome opens slowly, revealing an unobstructed view of the beautiful sky above you. The silence of the night envelops you. Slowly, your eyes adjust to the darkness. Small grey clouds occasionally pass through the sky and condense on the horizon to form a new rain front. But at the moment, the bright moon bathes the night sky in a magical light. Looking through the telescope reveals its fascinating views. Even the smallest craters and elevations are visible on its surface. You lean back and absorb its powerful energy. In the meantime, the rich darkness of night has descended over the entire sky, and more luminous dots appear, like sparkling diamonds scattered randomly across the firmament, some larger, some smaller. Some stand alone, others have formed groups. Perhaps you can even make out some constellations. For a while, you just sit there and enjoy the beauty of this picturesque full moon night. Your thoughts wander back to the starry sky, and maybe it strikes you that our ancestors looked at the same moon as we do tonight. Slowly, the rain clouds move closer. One by one, the sparkling lights of the stars disappear behind the clouds, like they want to hide. The first little raindrops find their way to earth. After the gate to the night sky is firmly closed again, you descend back into the halls of the museum. Your friend tells you to go and enjoy the museum on your own, and to stay as long as you like. The museum is yours. You have your own private viewing. The large sign from earlier catches your attention again, and so you follow the signposts to the art exhibition, and you end up in the former courtyard of the building. A cloister with white arches surrounds the entire place. A glass roof protects the inner yard from the outside world. And in the meantime, darkness has completely descended over the museum. Small, hidden lamps illuminate the individual works of art and bathe the entire atrium in an extremely pleasant, warm light. You stroll around and marvel at the exquisite paintings. Each painting tells its own story. You go close to the paintings and see the brush strokes of the artist. Perhaps you imagine the moment this brushstroke was added. Where was this painting then? How long ago did it happen? What was the artist thinking when they painted this? The rain has started again and constantly falls on the glass roof as you wander from one work of art to the next. The silence of the museum envelops you, and you feel deeply comfortable and peaceful here. One very special painting captivates you. It's a depiction of simple village life. There are small houses, a river, and a watermill. You take a seat on the small bench that stands under one of the courtyard arches, and you lean against the cool column next to you. The gentle pattering of rain on the roof has a calming effect, and perhaps makes you a little sleepy. Your tired eyes explore the painting in front of you. It almost seems as if the watermill is starting to turn. Gradually, you notice more and more details until you are mentally immersed in this tranquil country scene. In a wondrous state of dream and reality, you glide into this environment and find yourself in it. You see the lush green meadow stretching out before you. It reaches the horizon, where it gently merges into an increasingly steep mountain landscape. A balmy breeze sweeps across it, carrying the sweet scent of spring flowers and fresh grass to your nose. The path you are on leads to a nearby village. You can clearly see the church tower. It rises majestically above the roofs of the surrounding houses into the blue sky. The branches of the trees sway gently in the warm wind. Their still young blossoms shine in bright rose and white colors. Attracted by the sweet scent, the buzzing of countless insects fills the air. But a completely different sound catches your attention. A faint hissing noise reaches your ears. As you take more steps up the path, it slowly becomes louder and louder. A larger building appears in front of you. The front part houses the living quarters. A beautiful thatched roof and white curtains on the small windows give the building a cozy appearance, and a weather vane is proudly sitting on the foremost edge of the roof. And in front of the building is a lovingly laid out garden. In it grows a variety of vegetables and herbs, and the sun's rays shine down upon them. You take a few steps around the corner, and you find the reason for the steady murmur of sound. A stream flows by, and it runs over a large wooden water wheel. You are actually standing in front of a beautiful and very charming watermill, the one you saw in the painting in the museum. You settle down at the edge of the stream, and you watch the water make its way over the groaning wheel. When the water shoots out again, countless water drops shine and spread in the air. They sparkle in all the colors of the rainbow, in the warm sun, before they reunite with the rest of the water and return to the stream. You slowly let yourself lie down in the soft grass and enjoy the spring warmth on your skin. You hear the village children, their carefree laughter, you relax. The steady sound of the water wheel puts you into a deep calm. Your muscles relax. With every breath, you take in the peaceful atmosphere, and you allow yourself to let go more and more. Slowly, the sound of the water fades into the soothing patter of the rain. Still leaning against the pillar, you sit with your eyes closed and enjoy the pleasant silence in the museum. Sleepily, you listen to the steady sound of the rain on the glass roof above. Your mind is so sleepy. Relax. Because the more you do, the more everything around you softens. The noise around you turns into a soft background noise. It's no longer important. Let the sounds accompany you. As you drift gently and safely. Feel a pleasant warmth inside you. Feel yourself sinking deeper and deeper. Feel how everything releases, how your muscles loosen. You are light and relaxed. Listen to the light wind, the monotonous rain. You are safe here in the museum. It's comfortably warm here, while it becomes more and more rainy outside. You are safe and protected. Now it's time. Time to sleep. Relax. Your body is so tired. Let go. Go to sleep. Sleep deeply and soundly. All is well, and you are well. Sleep deeply and soundly. Long and restful. In complete peace. On this beautiful rainy night, you are enveloped in peace and tranquility. All is well. And you sleep deeply. Now, imagine yourself standing on the rainy streets of Tokyo. Far away from your everyday life. You make your way to the meeting point, where you're due to meet your driver, Mr. Narisaka, who will be taking you on the night taxi bus to Kyoto. The little taxi bus arrives, and to your surprise and delight, you're the only passenger for the journey. You hop aboard the taxi bus, and maybe you're struck by how comfortable and spacious it is, sinking into the soft leather seats now, letting out a sigh of contentment. Mr. Narisaka greets you warmly and sets off on the journey. The neon lights of Tokyo flicker past as you drive through the bustling streets. The rain beats against the windows, but you are snug and warm inside the cozy taxi bus. As the bus pulls out into the neon-lit streets of Tokyo, you're immediately struck by the vibrant energy of the city. Brightly lit billboards and towering skyscrapers line the streets, and a sea of people bustle about on the sidewalks. Mr. Narisaka expertly weaves through the busy streets, the glowing cityscape blurring past you as you sit back and take it all in. The rain slicks the streets, casting a shimmering reflection of the neon lights, creating an almost otherworldly atmosphere. Just allow yourself to watch as a silent observer while being warm and cozy in a safe place as the rain is pouring outside. Salarymen hurry home from their jobs, clutching briefcases and chatting on their phones. Couples stroll arm in arm, pausing occasionally to take selfies against the backdrop of the glittering city lights. Everywhere you look, there is a sense of hustle and bustle, of life in motion. The smells of street food waft into the taxi bus as you pass stalls selling everything from steaming bowls of ramen to crispy gyoza. You may want to make a mental note to come back to Tokyo and explore its culinary delights in more depth. As the taxi bus approaches Shibuya Crossing, one of the busiest intersections in the world, you feel a deep sense of inner joy. You've seen this iconic location in movies and on television, and now you're experiencing it firsthand. The taxi bus comes to a stop at a red light, and you watch as a wave of people surges across the street, moving in perfect unison. It's a mesmerizing sight, and you may feel a sense of awe at the sheer scale of Tokyo's energy and vitality. As the taxi bus leaves the neon streets of Tokyo behind, you perhaps feel a sense of both exhilaration and calm. The city's electric energy has left you invigorated, but you're also ready for the quiet, more serene countryside that lies ahead. Settle back into your seat now, ready for the next chapter of your cozy nighttime adventure. Leaving Tokyo behind, the scenery changes to the countryside, and you're soon fully immersed by the beauty of Japan's landscape. The rain has cleared just for a moment, and behind little patches in the clouds, stars twinkle in the darkened sky above. Mr. Narisaka points out the sights along the way, and you marvel at the ancient temples and majestic mountains. Perhaps you are struck by the beauty, but also the differences in culture. Indeed, one thing that might catch the attention of foreign visitors to Japan is the fact that they drive on the left side of the road, which can be quite different from what you may be used to in your home country. Unless, of course, you're from the United Kingdom, or Ireland, or Australia, or India, for example. The reason for this is as a result of Japan's historical ties with the United Kingdom, where left-hand traffic was first introduced in the 18th century. Driving on the left side of the road is just one example of the cultural differences that one can observe in Japan. For instance, the Japanese have a strong sense of social etiquette, which can be seen in the way they interact with one another, particularly in public spaces. Bowing is a common form of greeting and showing respect, and it can vary in depth and duration depending on the situation. Japanese cuisine is another aspect of the country's culture that is distinct and often intriguing to visitors. From sushi and ramen to tempura and yakitori, Japan boasts a rich and diverse culinary tradition that reflects its geography, climate, and history. Another aspect of Japanese culture that visitors might notice is the attention to detail and craftsmanship that is evident in many aspects of daily life. From the intricate woodwork of traditional temples to the precision and care taken in the preparation of food. These cultural differences, and many more, contribute to the unique and fascinating experience of traveling in Japan. and they offer visitors the opportunity to learn and appreciate the country's rich heritage and way of life. It's been some time already that the neon lights and bustling streets of Tokyo have given way to a quieter landscape. You may want to rub your tired eyes and glance out the window once more, and I urge you to do so, in fact, because when doing so, you can clearly see the silhouette of a towering mountain in the distance. Mr. Narisaka notices your curiosity and explains that it's Mount Fuji, one of Japan's most famous landmarks. Maybe you are impressed or marvel at the sight of the mountain, which seems to be shrouded in mist and mystery. Maybe you'd like to imagine what it must be like to climb to the top and take in the panoramic views that so many have described. As you continue on your journey, you may want to reflect on the differences between Tokyo's frenetic energy and the peaceful countryside that surrounds you now, marveling at how Japan is able to balance these two contrasting worlds within its borders. Mr. Narisaka shares lots of stories on this journey about his life and his work. You laugh together, and soon you feel like you've known each other for years. As the night wears on, you might feel a sense of drowsiness. Mr. Narisaka notices and offers you a warm blanket and pillow. The road stretches out ahead of you, winding through the dark, calm countryside. The rain has started picking up again, tapping gently against the windows. Do you feel the soothing rhythm of the rain lulling you into a peaceful state of mind. The sound of the raindrops merges with the hum of the engine, creating a soothing symphony that fills the taxi bus. Your eyes fall shut and shut again, as if drawn by two magnets, because they are so tired, so tired now. Close your tired eyes now, feeling the relief immediately, and let yourself drift away, feeling as though you're floating on a soft cloud. Mr. Narisaka's voice reaches you from a distance, and you realize that he's asking if you're okay. You nod, feeling warm and safe in the cocoon of the taxi bus, and you let yourself sink back into the soothing darkness. The taxi bus glides through the countryside, passing through small towns and villages, their lights twinkling in the distance like fireflies. The rain has grown even heavier now, drumming on the roof of the taxi bus like a soothing lullaby. The motion of the taxi bus and the peaceful surroundings of the countryside create a deep sense of calm within you. Let yourself drift away, carried off into a tranquil dreamland, settling even deeper into a peaceful slumber, lulled by the gentle hum of the taxi bus's engine. Perhaps you will dream of the adventures that await you in Kyoto, and the memories you'll treasure from this magical night journey. As you relax into your seat on the night taxi bus, just allow your body to sink into a state of calm and comfort. Letting go of any tension or stress. And instead, just noticing the soothing sounds, the sounds of the rain tapping against the windows, and the gentle hum of the engine. Your muscles relax. Your breathing becomes slower and more even. Now is your time of complete rest. Just allow yourself to detach from any thoughts, and instead simply exist in the present moment. Everything is passing by, not holding on to anything. Just letting it go. And as you feel yourself drifting off into a restful sleep, you can rest assured that you are safe and protected. Cocooned in the warmth and comfort of the night taxi bus. Surrender fully to the experience. Allowing yourself to sink deeper and deeper into a state of profound relaxation. And now, sleep. Just allow yourself to sleep. Even deeper. And deeper. Completely detached now. Allow yourself to fully let go. To release any tension. As you are just sinking deeper and deeper. Into the depths of your calm rest. With a sense of peace and contentment washing over you. And as you drift off to sleep, you are exactly where you need to be. Enveloped in a world of serenity and calm. All is good. Everything is good. the way it is. And you sink into your most restful sleep. It's July, and I'm inside. I'm safe in my home. I have the window open, and as you can hear, it's raining outside. There's also thunder, but it doesn't bother me. I love the sound of it. There it is. I feel very safe. At the moment, I am standing by the window. I look down upon the street below. People who were only a few moments ago enjoying a sunny lunchtime are now running to take shelter from the storm. My wife hands me a warm cup of tea, a herbal tea with some honey in it. Honey that comes from her father's beehives. I enjoy the coziness of this place. This place that they call Transilvania. You might have heard of it from a certain book. People sometimes don't believe it's true that I live here. They say it doesn't exist. But it does. It's a beautiful region in northern Romania. A lot of people don't know much about it. It has beautiful, high mountains, not unlike the Alps. It has some of the oldest forest in all of Europe. It has beautiful wildlife. Bears, wolves, eagles, lynxes. It has kind and generous people. And it has a wealth of beautiful architecture. A lot of the architecture was built by the Germans when they lived here many years ago. The building I stand in today as I look out upon the storm is an old Saxon building built by people more than 200 years ago. I love being in this building. It has very high ceilings and beautiful, ornate features. It always strikes me that people took more time over things back then. Things weren't made in a hurry. Things weren't necessarily made for profit. They were made for the sake of being made, to serve a function. Being an Irish person, I'm used to rain. But in Transylvania, the rain falls heavy, heavier than in Ireland, especially in the summer when it gets very warm. Then the storms come. It feels like this year there are many storms, but beautiful days along with them. I sit and watch the rain fall. I decide that now would be a good time to journal. I write that I feel somewhat cleansed when the rain comes. I feel a rejuvenation of spirit. I feel a peace in my heart. And I feel connected to the moment. I take some deep breaths in and out, in and out, in and out. I write about my connection to this place. I am connected by marriage, but am I connected by spirit? It's a question I'm still answering. I listen to the sounds of people outside. And how the mighty thunder drowns out their voices. I continue writing. I find there are similarities between my people and the Romanian people. We are friendly people, welcoming people, generous people. Although I think the Irish say sorry more. Something to do with our history, I suppose. I continue to write, feeling grateful for the moment that I am given. Grateful for my life. Grateful that I can live and work where I want to. I dwell on the word rest. Sometimes I don't allow myself enough of it. Sometimes I luxuriate in it. As I move through life, I am learning that rest is not a bad thing. It is an essential thing and should be embraced with every fiber of our beings. I finish writing and feel even cozier as I light a candle and a stick of incense. I choose a lavender smell for today. It is lavender time here in Romania. I sit back in my chair and watch the darkening clouds outside. The light from the candle offers me comfort. It is a ritual of mine. When I want to find peace, to light a candle. What is it about a flame? A little flame on top of a stick of wax that gives us such peace. It is a very natural thing. In a way, It is like bringing nature inside. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's why I like plants so much as well. I decide that now is a good time to meditate. I close my eyes and I begin to notice my breath. Whenever I notice my breath, everything becomes more simple. I let go of all of my worries. I listen to the rain. I am happy it rains today. I enjoy it. I feel present. After some time, I finish my meditation. And I open up a book. It is a book about Romanian history. This fascinating and complex place has such a rich and deep history. So many empires have fought over this place. The Dacians, the Romans, all have come here for its beauty and for its rich variety of food. As I read the book, I look at the faces of the people in the photographs. Very old photographs. Some well over 100 years old. I look at the details of their faces the expressions they wear, and in a funny sort of way, I feel connected to these people. They are just like us, human beings going about their day. What were they thinking when this photograph was taken with this strange looking contraption? Where were they going? Did they see the world in a similar way to me? Maybe not. Or maybe we had more in common than I might think. Who knows? I turn the page and see a photograph of people growing vegetables. That is one thing I love about Transylvania. People here are still very connected to the land. A lot of people grow their own vegetables, and like my wife's father, make their own honey. I recently tried my hand at beekeeping. I enjoyed the connection to nature and the peace I felt as I saw all of that beautiful honey being produced. There is a wildness to this place, but I also feel very safe in this place. I go back to the window. The thunder continues to rumble. The rain continues to fall. And the street is nearly empty. I start to feel sleepy. And so I lie down on my bed. The sound of the rain continues to comfort me. I love this moment. And as I lie here, feeling very sleepy, I think about the idea of being away from my home country. In some ways, it's very exciting. Very freeing. And in other ways, it feels a million miles from all I have ever known. Of course, the reality is that I can fly to Ireland in a matter of a few hours. My wife once told me about the Romanian sculptor Constantin Brancuș, who lived in the late 19th century and first half of the 20th century. And Brancuș walked from Romania to Paris. It is said that it took him 1 year. So, by that logic, I could walk from Romania to Ireland, but it would take me more than a year, because Ireland is further away than Paris, and I'd need a boat. Funny how things have become so fast, and our ancestors lived life at a slower pace. In this moment, I feel so relaxed, so peaceful, and so ready to allow my eyes to shut and to be soothed into a gentle, peaceful slumber as I listen to the rhythmic rain outside my window here in Transylvania. The year is 1910. The place is Sleepy Abbey, a grand estate situated in the English countryside. It is autumn time, and the leaves are falling to the ground, and a rich red and orange color dominates the landscape on this cozy October afternoon. In fact, it is extra cozy today because there is a storm brewing outside, and so the members of the Duvet family are starting to congregate in the great drawing room. Henrietta, the eldest Duvet daughter, gallops through the lush grounds as the first droplets of rain begin to fall from above. Lady Duvet is having her hair brushed by her lady-in-waiting in her bedroom as she looks out upon the grounds. She loves this place, this vast, beautiful place with its ancient trees and wild animals. It is a place deeply close to her heart, and as she looks through the window, she takes a deep breath in and out, a contented sigh at the safety she feels within her great home. Lord Duvet's head footman serves a warm and rejuvenating cup of tea to the Lord. Celeste and Arthur, the two other Duvet children, are rolling around with the family's Labradors and feeling extra cozy as the warmth from the great fire begins to warm the room, offering a stark contrast to the darkening sky outside. As the rain patters against the windows, the comforting aroma of Earl Grey tea fills the air. Lord Duvet takes a slow sip, his eyes meeting Harrison's in a nod of approval. Ah, Harrison, you really do know how to make the perfect cup, he says. The warmth from the tea spreading through him as effortlessly as the heat from the great fire. In another corner of the room, Celeste and Arthur finally pause their playful antics with the Labradors, Humphrey and Poppy. Their eyes widen as a young servant, William, adds another log to the fire, sending a cascade of sparks dancing into the air like little fireflies. The room is now awash in the soothing hues of the roaring flames, casting a golden glow on everyone's faces. Henrietta, now safely inside, shakes her umbrella free of raindrops and places it in the ornate stand near the doorway. She feels a sense of serenity wash over her as she enters the drawing room. The atmosphere, infused with the delicate notes of classical piano music, drifting softly from a gramophone in the corner, is an instant balm to her soul. Upstairs, Lady Duvet watches peacefully as her lady-in-waiting, Emily, gives the final touches to her elegant updo. The soft bristles of the brush glide through her hair like a soothing melody, complementing the distant sound of the piano below. Down in the kitchen, the cook, Mrs. Montgomery, and her team are busy preparing a comforting dinner that matches the weather outside. The scent of roasted pumpkin and cinnamon floats through the air, promising a meal that will bring everyone together in delightful coziness as the storm rages outside. The servants are working throughout the house to make this evening as cozy as possible. For one of the most important things in the life of a duvet, and indeed for all those who dwell under the ancient roof of sleepy Abbey, is sleep. Lord Duvet insists on all of his servants having the best possible opportunity of good sleep, for he knows that each and every one of us deserve deep rest. The servants move silently from room to room, lighting candles, changing bed sheets, closing windows, and making sure everywhere is extra cozy. And if you were to walk into the great entrance hall of Sleepy Abbey right now, I promise you, the scent of lavender would greet you like a hug from a loved one. It is like an aromatic embrace. People move through the grand entrance hall, and the fragrance of lavender softly guides them towards a sense of peace and tranquility, as if whispering, "All is well." In the drawing room, Henrietta picks up a novel from the bookshelf. The worn pages and leather binding carry their own comforting scent, a testament to the many nights of serene reading this book has accompanied. She settles into a plush armchair near the fire, lost in a world crafted from ink and imagination, yet feeling entirely present in the warmth of her home. Lady Duvet, now descending the grand staircase, clutches a shawl around her shoulders. The delicate fabric feels so cozy, and as she enters the drawing room, she smiles at the sight of her family, so contented. Ah, the perfect setting for a cozy evening, she thinks to herself. Arthur and Celeste have moved on from their playful antics and are now seated at a small table, engrossed in a game of chess. The wooden pieces move in quiet deliberation, each taking their turns with a mix of childlike enthusiasm and budding strategy. Every so often, their eyes meet, sharing a secret language only siblings understand, before breaking into soft giggles. In the dining room, the long mahogany table is set with an array of delicate china and gleaming silverware. Harrison and a few other footmen make the final adjustments, ensuring each setting is flawless. They share a sense of pride in their work, knowing that their attention to detail contributes to the harmony that reigns within sleepy Abbey. And so, the stage is set for another evening of familial warmth and comfort, where the promise of restful sleep hangs as certainly in the air as the scent of lavender. The Lord Duvet decides to ask the family to gather around him, for he would like to tell his wife and children the story of their ancestor, a brave knight from France who came to England in the Middle Ages and built the place they call home today. Lord Duvet clears his throat gently, drawing the attention of his family. Gather around, everyone, he says with a tender smile. I think tonight is the perfect occasion to share a tale that's been passed down through generations of Duvets. It's the story of Sir Laurent Duvet, our brave ancestor who laid the first stone of Sleepy Abbey. The family members settle into their seats, the plush cushions enveloping them like a warm embrace. Lord Duvet's voice adopts a soothing cadence as he begins to tell the story. Many centuries ago, Sir Laurent, a knight from France, ventured to England. He was guided not by stars or compass, but by a dream of creating a sanctuary that embodied the true essence of rest and peace. As he speaks, the flickering firelight dances in sync with his words, casting gentle shadows that seem to add a tactile quality to the tale. Sir Laurent wandered through meadows and crossed babbling brooks until he found a secluded grove filled with the fragrance of wild lavender and rosemary. This is the place, he knew instantly. The room is filled with a collective sigh of contentment as everyone visualizes the setting. With a sense of purpose, Laurent laid the first stone right here, where this very fireplace stands today. And do you know what's miraculous? That night, Laurent slept right here, next to the stone, under the starlight. And he went on to say that that night was the most deep sleep he had ever experienced. And from then on, from living in this great place, Laurent and all of his ancestors have had the deepest sleeps of anyone in the land. Lord Duvet pauses, his eyes meeting each of his loved ones in turn, as if imparting a family secret. And that's how Sleepy Abbey was born. In an embrace between human dreams and Earth's welcoming love. To this day, it is said that whoever spends a night here earns a share of Sir Laurent's dream, a dream that grants everyone not just sleep, but a sleep so peaceful it nourishes the soul. The room falls into a meditative silence, the story acting as a lullaby that prepares each member of the family for the restorative sleep that has become a cherished tradition in Sleepy Abbey. The crackling fire, the scent of lavender, and the presence of family converge to create a sanctuary of peace, just as Laurent had dreamt so long ago. As the family are now very relaxed and enjoying their evening together, the servants are afforded some time to themselves. They gather around the long wooden table in their quarters, a place they fondly refer to as downstairs. The room, though less opulent than the rooms upstairs, carries its own charm, with worn but cozy furniture and the warm glow of oil lamps illuminating their faces. They are talking about what their favorite thing is about being at Sleepy Abbey. Harrison, always the composed one, takes a sip of his tea and smiles. For me, it's the sense of unity, upstairs and downstairs. We're all woven into the fabric of Sleepy Abbey. I find great satisfaction in knowing that my service brings comfort and contributes to the harmony of this home. William chimes in next, his youthful energy always apparent. I love the seasons here, autumn especially, when the grounds turn into a painting of reds, oranges and yellows. It's like the estate itself is tucking in for a long winter's nap. The cook, Mrs. Montgomery, known for her culinary magic, nods in agreement. Oh, the abundance of the estate, the quality of ingredients I get to work with. There's a unique sense of fulfillment in cooking here. And of course the joy on everyone's faces when they taste the food. The housemaid, Mary, who is usually shy, finds her voice. For me, it's the library. Sometimes, when my duties are done, I steal a few moments to read. The wealth of knowledge and stories contained in those walls is just amazing. Finally, Emily, Lady Duvet's lady-in-waiting, speaks up. I love the evenings when everyone gathers in the drawing room, when I can hear the laughter and music from upstairs. It's as if the house is content, and that makes all the hard work worth it. As they share their thoughts, it becomes clear that while their duties might differ, each servant finds a unique sense of fulfillment in contributing to the comforting atmosphere of Sleepy Abbey. The storm continues to rage outside, but everyone feels so safe and protected by the great stone walls of the house. This house has stood for centuries, and so now they are so safe here. They also feel so removed from the outside world, tucked away in their own little cocoon, both the family and servants alike. Dinner has been served and eaten like a fine musical symphony, and now the family are feeling very sleepy. It's time for bed. They bid good night to one another, and each departs to their own bedrooms. walking along the wooden floored hallways of the great house, feeling the history with each step taken, feeling closer to sleep with each step taken. Now each member of the family are in their cozy bedrooms, preparing for sleep. Lady Duvet sits at her vanity table, applying a luxurious lavender-scented night cream to her face. The aroma fills the room, serving as a fragrant prelude to her slumber. After carefully pinning her hair atop her head and securing it with a silk scarf, she moves to her four-poster bed. She takes a moment to feel the softness of the sheets, newly washed and ironed to perfection by her dedicated staff, before snuggling under the down comforter. Lord Duvet, in his room, first sets aside his pocket watch, winding it in the way his father taught him. The delicate ticking of the clock seems to sync with his heartbeat, a reliable comfort that marks the passage of peaceful nights. He then picks up a family portrait from his nightstand, looking fondly at the faces of his wife and children. With a tender smile, he replaces the portrait and extinguishes the lamp beside him, leaving only the ambient light from the fireplace to guide him into dreamland. Henrietta lovingly picks up her journal, flipping to a fresh page. With her favorite ink pen, she captures her thoughts and emotions, finding a kind of mental cleansing in the activity. Once done, she places the journal back on her bedside table and reaches for a small sachet of dried lavender, holding it to her nose and taking a deep breath before placing it beneath her pillow for sweet dreams. Celeste loves to doodle and sketch before bed, finding that it quiets her busy mind. She opens her sketchbook and pencils in some gentle nature scenes, trees, clouds, and her favorite, crescent moons. Satisfied with her drawings, she sets her sketchbook aside and pulls her soft knit blanket up to her chin, its texture akin to a gentle hug that lulls her toward sleep. Arthur, the youngest, has a keen interest in astronomy. Before bed, he often looks through a telescope that sits by his window. Tonight, though, the storm obscures the sky, so he settles for leafing through an astronomy book, imagining the constellations and planets that lie beyond the clouds. Setting the book aside, he turns down his bed and hops in, taking a moment to fluff his pillow to perfection before lying down. Downstairs, Harrison methodically checks each door and window lock, ensuring the safety of the house and its inhabitants. A practiced motion, yet one he never takes lightly. After confirming all is safe and secure, he retreats to his room. Before lying down, he takes a moment to massage his temples, a simple ritual that helps him transition from the responsibilities of the day to the rest of the night. William, the young valet, is in his room and polishes his shoes with deliberate care, appreciating the satisfaction of transforming scuffed leather into a mirror-like sheen. Setting his shoes aside, he picks up a small photo of his family from back home and places it on his nightstand. A little piece of familiarity in this grand estate. He then extinguishes his room's candle, welcoming the darkness as an old friend. Mrs. Montgomery enjoys a cup of tea in the solitude of the kitchen, an end-of-day tradition that she cherishes. The steam from the herbal tea rises in spirals as she takes slow sips. The herbs seem to whisper promises of restful sleep. Mary, the housemaid, lays out her uniform for the next day, smoothing out any wrinkles and ensuring each button and fastener is in good condition. Satisfied, she takes a small hand-stitched pillow, a gift from her grandmother, and places it on her bed. She then kneels beside her bed for a moment of prayer, finding solace in her quiet conversation with the divine. And Emily, Lady Duvet's lady-in-waiting, carefully brushes her own hair, counting each stroke as her grandmother taught her. The rhythmic motion serves as a sort of meditation, allowing her thoughts to drift away. After setting down her brush, she unfurls an embroidered handkerchief and lays it over her pillow. The scent of rose water, a smell she associates with comfort and home, emanates from the fabric, adding a final touch to her sanctuary of rest. With their rituals complete, each person at sleepy Abbey succumbs to sleep, their souls as peaceful and protected as the ancient walls around them. Welcome to Hope's world, the world of hope. Now you might think that by my using such grand phrases as the world of hope, that I am about to introduce you to a very exciting world. No. This is a world where not a lot happens. So, let's meet Hope. Hope is, well, how would you describe Hope? She kind of looks like, well, like most people, I suppose. She's Hope. Hope is kind. Hope is sweet. Hope is humble. And Hope today is doing nothing. In fact, Hope is an expert at doing nothing. It's not that she's unhappy. In fact, she's a very content soul. It's just that Hope doesn't have to do much. So she chooses to do nothing in this moment. It's raining outside, and at the moment, Hope is sitting on the couch. She listens to the rain. She likes the sound of the rain. It reminds her of childhood. She breathes in and out, noticing her breath. She feels very grateful for all she has. She lives a simple life, and that's okay. She has all she needs, and she doesn't want for much. She lives in a beautiful log cabin, a lot of which she built herself. Far from most things, and she likes this isolation. She doesn't feel isolated anyway. She has friends, and they come by from time to time. And besides her human friends, the trees are her friends, and the deer, and her dog Fred, and her cat Melissa. Then, Hope decides to take a walk in the rain. She stands up and walks to get her raincoat. She likes this raincoat. She's had it for about 50 years. She puts it on and steps out into the rain. She breathes in the smells. It's beautiful here, she thinks to herself. She likes the sound of the rain against her coat. And she likes how the rain makes the leaves in her yard look a bit shinier. When I say yard, I mean forest. She starts to walk, Fred by her side, and he seems to like the rain too. He follows behind her, his tail wagging happily. Melissa the cat, on the other hand, watches them from the window, preferring to stay dry. Hope takes in the simple beauty of her surroundings. The raindrops make soft tapping sounds as they hit the leaves and the ground. She walks down a familiar path through the trees, feeling her feet moving through the wet ground. There's no rush, no place she needs to be. No appearances to keep up. She just walks, with Fred the dog occasionally running ahead, and then waiting for her to catch up. The trees around her cabin are tall and sturdy, and Hope knows them well. She watches them day by day, sometimes hour by hour, change with the seasons, year after year. She loves how she knows this place so well. She feels so safe here, always. She stops, and she closes her eyes, and she takes a deep breath, realizing in this moment that she is alive on planet Earth and is blessed to be alive. And then she continues walking with her good friend Fred. And then, at one particular point, for no reason other than the fact she feels like it, she turns around and walks back towards her cabin. And as she walks, she feels content. Her life might seem uneventful to others, but for Hope, it's just right. She has her cabin, her pets, and the quiet beauty of nature around her. That's all she really needs. And then, out of nowhere, a big smile appears on her face. Just because. And now she opens the door of her cabin and heads back inside, ready to enjoy the rest of her day, doing whatever she feels like, or perhaps doing nothing at all. Hope shakes off the last remnants of the rain, and Fred follows close behind. The cabin is warm and welcoming, and it's a stark contrast to the cool, moist air outside. Hope closes the door behind her. And she takes a moment to relish the quiet, cozy atmosphere of her home. She hangs her raincoat on a wooden peg by the door, a peg she installed herself some years back. It's nothing fancy, just a simple piece of wood, but it does the job. She then grabs a towel from the rack and gives her hair a quick rub, drying off the droplets of rain. With Fred now lying down by the fireplace, Hope decides to light the fire to keep her and the animals warm. She gathers some bits of paper and some small pieces of dried out wood and places them in the fireplace, and then places some larger pieces of wood above the small dried out pieces of wood, and she lights the paper, and the fire starts to crackle, and she starts to feel the warmth, and so does Fred, and so does Melissa the cat, and they, all three, are happy and at peace. Now Hope decides to make a cup of tea. She goes to the kitchen and she fills a kettle with water from the tap. The sound of the water, a familiar, comforting gurgle. She doesn't measure the water, just fills it up about halfway, just enough for a cup or two. The kettle, an old, trusty thing, with a few dents and scratches from years of use, goes onto the stove. She turns the knob on the stove, and with a small whoosh, the flame comes to life, blue and steady. Hope picks out her favorite mug, a plain white one, with no decorations or fancy designs, and places a tea bag in it. Just a regular black tea, nothing exotic. She's not much for flavored teas. She likes to keep things simple. As the water heats up, Hope leans against the counter, listening to the kettle. It starts with a low hum, gradually building up to a soft, whistling sound. It's a familiar routine, one that Hope finds comforting in its simplicity. Then she lifts the kettle off the stove and pours the steaming water into the mug, watching as the tea begins to steep, turning the water a rich, dark color. The steam rises in gentle swirls, carrying with it the robust aroma of the tea. Hope waits a moment before finally taking her first sip. A small pleasure in her simple, contented life. As she stands there drinking her tea, a thought arrives that she decides to follow. The thought that she would like to draw. She walks towards her study, a snug room nestled at the corner of her cabin. The study, though small, is a comforting space, filled with items that reflect Hope's simple life. A solid, well-worn desk, a chair that's been perfectly broken in over the years, and shelves lined with an assortment of books and mementos, some from when she used to travel a lot. She rummages through a drawer, retrieving her basic but beloved drawing set, a collection of graphite pencils of varying hardness, a reliable sharpener, a well-used eraser, and her cherished sketch pad. The sketchpad contains a visual diary of Hope's life and her surroundings. Settling into her chair, Hope flips open the sketchpad to a blank page. For a moment, she gazes out of the window, watching the rain still gently cascading down, creating a rhythmic patter against the glass. A natural lullaby for her artistic endeavor. The scene outside, though familiar, holds a unique charm under the veil of rain. The way droplets cling to the leaves, the subtle dance of branches under the weight of the water, and the soft, muted colors of the forest. She begins to sketch. Her pencil lightly caresses the paper, tracing the outlines of the trees outside as they sway subtly under the shower. She loves drawing what she sees through the window. It's meditative for her. The soft scratching of the pencil on the paper harmonizes with the rain's patter. Time is irrelevant here. Time doesn't exist. Time stands still as Hope immerses herself in her drawing. She is deeply focused now, and at the same time deeply relaxed. She breathes in and out, enjoying every second of this time. Gradually, the shape of the sketch begins to become clear, an ode to the rainy day, capturing the essence of the moment. And when Hope finally sets her pencil down, the room has dimmed. The evening rain, casting a soft grey light. She leans back, her eyes lingering on her creation. A serene depiction of the view that has given her so much peace. Content with her drawing session, Hope decides to return to her beloved sofa the centerpiece of her simple, cozy living room. The sofa, well worn and comfortable, is Hope's favorite spot in the cabin. It's where she does her best thinking, or sometimes her best not thinking. Just sitting and letting her mind wander freely. She settles into the sofa, sinking into the familiar, comfortable cushions. Outside, the rain continues its gentle melody. Hope closes her eyes for a moment, listening to the rain, feeling the peace of her cabin, the warmth of the room enveloping her. In these moments of stillness, Hope allows thoughts to drift in and out of her mind, without purpose or direction. Sometimes she thinks about small projects she might undertake around the cabin. Other times, she reminisces about past visits from friends, the laughter and stories shared. Often, she finds herself thinking about nothing in particular, just enjoying the sense of calm that washes over her. As she sits there, she feels a profound sense of gratitude. Hope's life, though uneventful by most standards, is rich in ways that matter to her. She appreciates the solitude, the connection to nature, the joy of simple pleasures like a cup of tea, a walk in the rain, or the act of creating something with her hands. Her life is uncomplicated, yes, but it's also deeply fulfilling. After spending a considerable amount of time doing nothing again, Hope glances out of the window and notices that night has fallen. The world outside her cozy cabin is shrouded in darkness, but she, as always, feels so safe. She decides to call it a day, and Hope begins her nightly routine. She starts by tidying up the living room, a habit ingrained in her over the years. She fluffs the cushions on the sofa, folds the blanket she'd used earlier, and places it neatly on the back of the sofa. Satisfied with the orderliness, she makes her way to the bathroom. Inside, the bathroom is as unpretentious as the rest of the cabin. Hope reaches for her toothbrush, an old but well-maintained one, and squeezes a pea-sized amount of toothpaste onto it. She methodically brushes her teeth, counting out the strokes as she was taught by her mother when she was young. After rinsing her mouth, she splashes her face with cold water, a refreshing end to her simple bathroom routine. Next, Hope changes into her sleepwear, a cozy old nightie and a dressing gown, and slippers, of course. Then she makes her way back to the living room, turning off lights as she goes. By her favorite chair, a small bookshelf holds a collection of well-read books. She picks one out, a novel she's been reading little by little each night. It's a simple story, much like her own life, but it's engaging and comforting in its familiarity. Settling into her chair, Hope reads by the light of a small lamp. The words on the page capture her attention, allowing her to slowly unwind from the day. Her mind, usually so content to wonder, focuses on the story, following the gentle narrative. After about half an hour of reading, her eyes begin to feel heavy. A sure sign that sleep is not far away. Closing the book, she places it back on the shelf. And stands up to turn off the lamp. Hope goes to her bedroom, bringing Fred the dog and her little cat Melissa with her, feeling a sense of peace, accompanied by her constant companions. Once in bed, she takes a moment to listen to the remnants of the rain. It's a peaceful end to a simple day, and with a contented sigh, Hope closes her eyes and drifts off to sleep. The quiet of her world, a perfect lullaby. Welcome to the world of hope. You might have heard me tell of the life of Hope before, or you might not. It really doesn't matter either way, for in Hope's life, not a lot happens, so it's not like you need to catch up. All you need to know is that Hope lives in a very special little cabin in the woods with her dog Fred and her cat Melissa. Oh, and she is kind, so very kind, and she's an expert at doing nothing. And did I mention content? Hope is so very content and safe. Hope always feels very safe. In fact, if you were to meet Hope, you would feel so safe as well. For she is just one of those people that exudes calm. So let's meet her. It's a stormy night in the world of hope. In Hope's world. Hope is snuggled up on the couch in front of a cozy, crackling fire as the rain falls outside, only adding to the feeling of peace and safety within. Fred, the dog, and Melissa, the cat, are lying together at Hope's feet, both in deep meditation. Fred is dreaming of running through a meadow, and Melissa is dreaming of a visit to the seaside. Hope is reading. She's reading from an old favorite book of hers that she got when she was very young. And it's a book that she has kind of led her life by. It's called The Simple Beauty of Doing Nothing. She sits quietly, the book open on her lap, absorbing the words from this simple book. The fire crackles in the background, a comforting, steady sound that complements Hope's silent reading session. The storm outside seems a world away, its presence only felt by the patter of rain against the windows. The book that Hope is reading is really a guide to appreciating life's simple moments. It reads, "In a world that prizes busyness and productivity, there lies a quiet rebellion in choosing to do nothing." Now, this isn't about neglecting responsibilities, but about giving yourself permission to pause. For in the act of pausing, we discover textures of our lives that speed renders invisible. Notice the warmth of a cup of herbal tea, how it feels in your hands. The steam that rises in gentle swirls. There's beauty here, in this moment, waiting to be acknowledged. Doing nothing is an art form that requires practice. It starts with observing the ordinary, the way morning dew collects on the grass, each drop reflecting the world around it. Or how the afternoon sun casts long shadows, painting familiar spaces in new angles. These observations don't serve a purpose other than to connect us more deeply with the here and now. Hope sits back and contemplates these words for a moment. She has read this book many times, but each time feels like the first time. It reminds her of the great power and beauty that lies within the simple. She looks at the glowing fireplace, the simple movement of the now low flame. She looks at her sleeping animals. How beautiful they are. She looks at the rain on the window. Each drop in some way unique, in some way fascinating. She returns to her book. Consider the concept of less is more in reducing the clutter of our days, both physically and mentally. We make room for growth, for the thoughts and ideas that shy away in the hustle of daily routines. A cluttered room can be overwhelming. It's disorder, a constant call for attention. But a clear space, it breathes. It invites calmness and fosters clarity. The beauty of doing nothing lies in its ability to transform the mundane into moments of mindfulness. Washing dishes becomes a meditation. Each plate rinsed, a motion of care. Walking becomes a dance. Each step a grounding connection to the earth. These acts, done without the pressure of haste, remind us that we are alive, that we are part of a larger cycle of life that doesn't hurry, yet accomplishes everything in its own time. And so, to embrace doing nothing is to embrace being. It is to understand that you are enough, that in your stillness you are moving mountains within. Let this knowledge settle in your bones by simply being. You are a very important part of existence. Your stillness is not empty. It is rich with potential. Hope absorbs the passage, finding in it a reflection of her own life's philosophy. The simplicity of the message, the encouragement to find joy in the unremarkable, resonates with her. In this moment, there is nothing but the book, the quiet, and the understanding that in doing nothing, she is embracing a fullness of life that many never find. Hope then sets her book aside. The gentle wisdom of its words lingering in her mind as she stands and stretches, feeling the warmth from the fire chase away the chill of the night. She turns towards the small, humble kitchen of her cabin, where the tasks ahead are simple, yet filled with a quiet significance. First, she attends to Fred and Melissa, who watch her with soft, expectant eyes. It's feeding time, and she fills 2 bowls with fresh water from the tap. The sound of the water, a comforting, familiar rush in the quiet kitchen. She then gives them her secret recipe, the food she has fed them for years, filled with nutrients and goodness, and they both love their food. With a gentle pat for each of her companions, she assures them of her love, a silent communication that needs no words. Turning her attention to her own meal, Hope retrieves a basket of vegetables from a cool, dark corner of the kitchen. These vegetables, a colorful bounty from her own garden, carry the story of seasons past, of sunny days and gentle rains, of her hands in the earth, nurturing life from the soil. Each vegetable she planted, she watched growing, and now she will eat. She selects a few vegetables for her meal, handling them with a respect that shows how connected she is to the land. There's the smooth curve of a carrot, the roundness of a potato, and the vibrant green of a handful of beans. As she washes them under cold water, her hands move with a practiced ease, peeling and chopping with a rhythm that is almost meditative. The vegetables are then placed into a pot of water, set to boil on her stove. A simple act of cooking that transforms these gifts from her garden into a nourishing meal. There's a quiet beauty in this process, in the transformation of raw ingredients into sustenance. And as the vegetables cook, Hope leans against the counter, watching the steam rise in soft curls from the pot. Her mind wanders, not to anywhere in particular, but through the peaceful meanderings of a contented heart. This moment, like so many others in her life, is filled with the simple beauty of doing nothing but being present, of finding fulfillment in the act of caring for herself and her beloved pets. With the meal prepared, Hope serves herself, taking her plate back to the warmth of the fire. Fred and Melissa have settled once more at her feet. The cabin is a cocoon of warmth and safety against the stormy night outside. In these simple acts of preparation and care, Hope finds a deep, sustaining joy. And after finishing her meal, she clears away the dish and settles back into her cozy nook by the fire. And in this moment, looking at Fred the dog and Melissa the cat resting peacefully, Hope begins to write a poem, a tribute to her loving dog and cat. She calls it Companions in the Quiet. In the stillness of the forest deep, two hearts beat where the shadows sleep. Fred, with eyes like the autumn dusk, Melissa, in her fur a whisper of musk, Fred, a guardian bold and true, his spirit a light that ever renews. Through meadows joy his laughter rings, in dreams he flies without wings. Melissa, a mystic, soft and serene, her grace a dance, silent and unseen. She moves like the night, a gentle embrace. In her gaze, the world of quiet grace. Together, we are a number of days, bound with love in simple ways. They teach me of the now, the here. In their presence, all becomes clear. For in their eyes, the world unfolds, a story of warmth amidst the cold. They remind me, in their silent creed, of the beauty in each moment, the simplicity we need. So here by the fire, we three do sit, in the heart of the cabin, where the hearth is lit. Fred and Melissa with me abide, in them the essence of home resides. As Hope finishes her poem, she reads it once more, a smile touching her lips. The words on the page are more than just ink. They are a reflection of the bond they share, of countless days filled with nothing and everything. Fred stirs in his sleep, perhaps chasing dreams in meadows unknown, and Melissa purrs softly, content in the circle of Hope's love. Hope folds the poem gently and places it on the table beside her. She then stands up and decides that it's time to move towards bed. As she walks out of the room, she pauses at the window, captivated by the movement of the storm. The clouds, backlit by the moon, glide swiftly across the sky. The wind moves the trees in a beautiful, mesmeric fashion, and Hope loves to watch it. Then turning from the window, Hope begins her nighttime routine with a comforting predictability. She brushes her teeth, the bristles softly scrubbing in a steady, rhythmic motion, splashing her face with cold water leaves a refreshing coolness on her skin. And then drying off, she feels refreshed, serene, and ready for rest. Slipping into the bed, the crisp sheets welcome her tired body. She turns on her bedside lamp and picks up her bedtime book, The Simple Beauty of Dreams. The book reads, "Dreams are the mind's playground, a place where the imagination is unfettered by the day's logic. They are not mere echoes of the day, but messages from our deepest selves." Hope finds comfort in these words, thinking about how her dreams often feel like distant, yet familiar lands she has yet to explore. She looks down at Fred and Melissa, nestled at the foot of her bed, and wonders whether they are dreaming right now. The book goes on to say, "Consider dreams as letters from the subconscious, meant to be opened, read, and understood. They offer insights, solve puzzles of the heart, and sometimes present questions that we hadn't thought to ask. Embrace these nightly visitors, for they hold keys to rooms within ourselves yet undiscovered. And in the quiet moments of the morning, when the dream world still clings to your thoughts, take the time to remember and ponder. What you remember from your dreams can be a guide, a mirror, or a window to a view of life enriched with layers not visible to the waking eye. While dreams are deeply personal, rooted in our own experiences and emotions, they also tap into the collective consciousness of humanity. They remind us that in our deepest selves We share a connection that is at times beyond our understanding. As hope absorbs these passages, a calm envelops her. She continues reading until sleepiness claims her, and eventually sets the book aside and turns off the lamp. And soon she is dreaming herself. Hope's dream transports her back to a day that seems both distant and familiar. It's a rainy day, the sky a blanket of grey, as she finds herself wandering down a path, a muddy path, through the woods. The rain falls steadily, a constant patter, and there's a purpose in her step, a curiosity that draws her deeper into the forest. The trees around her stand tall against the weather, their branches heavy with rain. The air is cool, filled with the fresh, clean scent that follows a downpour. Hope navigates through the woods with an ease that surprises her, as if some part of her already knows where this path will lead. Then, through the trees, she catches her first glimpse of the cabin. It's a simple structure, modest in size, with a smokeless chimney and windows dark against the gloom of the day. The cabin appears suddenly, as if it were always meant to be discovered by her at this very moment. Despite the rain, or perhaps because of it, the cabin looks so welcoming. Hope approaches the cabin, her heart beating with a quiet excitement. There's something about this place that feels right, a sense of belonging that washes over her before she even reaches the front door. The ground underfoot turns to gravel as she steps onto the path leading to the porch. Each step bringing her closer to what she already feels is home. In her dream, she sees herself stepping inside the cabin for the first time. The interior is simple, furnished with necessities, each piece telling its own story of practicality and warmth. The air inside smells of wood and age, a comforting scent that makes her feel as if she's stepping into a long-forgotten world that has been waiting just for her. Hope feels peace here. The cabin, with its sturdy walls and quiet strength, offers shelter not just from the rain, but from the noise of the world. It promises a life of simple joys, of quiet days spent in the company of Fred and Melissa, who will soon fill this space with their presence. As the dream of the day she discovered her cabin gently recedes, Hope finds herself drifting further into deep sleep. The troubles and complexities of the world exist somewhere far beyond the walls of her cabin, irrelevant to the simple, profound sleep she now enjoys. Here, in her sanctuary among the trees, with Fred and Melissa by her side, Hope is safe, content, and sleeps a deep, simple sleep. You are with someone you love, or have loved. This can be anyone that is alive or no longer with us. It can be a friend, a lover, or a family member. There are no rules. This is your time to indulge, just as long as it's someone who means or meant a lot to you. Choose your person now. You are walking together in a beautiful woodland. It is spring. The world feels fresh and blooming. You feel safe and protected by the gentle giants of trees that surround you both. As you walk, you look around and take in the beauty of this day. The sun is slowly beginning its ascent, and you are enjoying the golden light shining through the trees. Breathe in this moment. Really settle into this moment. Feel connected to the person you are with. See them. See their face. See their eyes. They smile at you, and you smile back. You are both on your way to a cozy cabin that is atop a hill in a clearing in the woodland. You will arrive there just in time before the sun sets, and all is well. You continue walking, enjoying this time with your loved one. You talk about whatever you want to talk about with them. Maybe you are asking them questions. Maybe they are asking you questions. Maybe you are remembering times past. Maybe you are just simply enjoying their presence and being around them again in silence. Whatever you are doing is just right. You continue walking. Each step a step closer to peace. Enjoying the tranquility and beauty of the springtime forest. The path meanders gently, leading you through patches of sunlight where the rays warm your skin, and areas shaded by the tall trees where the air is cool and fresh. As you walk, the gentle sounds of the forest surround you. The soft rustling of leaves, the distant call of a woodpecker, and the occasional scamper of a squirrel or rabbit through the underbrush. The vibrant green of the new leaves is soothing to the eyes, and every so often a gentle breeze brings the scent of blossoms and earth. You find yourself talking about the little things, a shared memory, sparked by the sight of a particular flower, perhaps. Maybe you talk about plans you have, or maybe you're simply commenting on the beauty around you. There's a comfort in these conversations, a feeling of being deeply connected, not just to each other, but to the nature around you. Occasionally, you stop to admire a particularly beautiful tree. You both touch the bark of the tree. There is something that grounds the spirit when we physically connect with nature. You think of how many years this tree has been here, long before both of you, before your relationship ever started, and it will be here long after you as well. You watch a deer pause in the distance to observe you, wondering what you're doing in its home. And then it moves on, as if to say, you are welcome here. This is your home too. The connection with the natural world feels profound and grounding. These moments of stillness are as precious as the conversation, filled with a peaceful silence that speaks volumes. The journey to the cabin is as much a part of this experience as the destination itself. With every step, the worries of everyday life seem to fall away, leaving only this moment in this forest with your loved one by your side. The anticipation of reaching the cabin is there, but there's no rush. Every step, every breath in this beautiful woodland is a part of the journey, a part of the story you are living together. As dusk slowly settles in, you begin to see rain clouds forming in the clear sky, and the first stars that have recently started to appear decide to go to sleep behind the clouds as the sky darkens. But not to worry. The cabin is in front of you and looks beautifully cozy. As you approach the cabin, its storybook appearance becomes even more enchanting against the backdrop of the sky. The quaint structure, with its charming wooden facade and softly lit windows, seems to beckon you in, promising warmth and comfort. The glow of the fire inside casts a welcoming light through the windows, creating an inviting beacon amidst the encroaching dusk. As you open the door, the cozy interior of the cabin greets you like an old friend. The warmth from the crackling fire in the stone fireplace fills the room, a stark contrast to the cool, damp air outside. The cabin is thoughtfully furnished with plush sofas draped in soft blankets, a small but well-equipped kitchen, and walls adorned with rustic decor that adds to the cabin's charm. The sound of the rain beginning to tap gently against the roof and windows adds to the coziness of the cabin. It's a comforting sound, one that speaks of warmth and safety within, while the elements rage quietly outside. You and your loved one take a moment to stand by the door, listening to the rain, feeling grateful for the shelter and the peace it brings, feeling grateful to be with each other, to be connected in this moment, to be far away from all other voices, just the two of you, in a place of perfect peace, ready to share a very special evening together. You help your loved one off with their coat, hanging it alongside yours to dry. The fire beckons you both to come and sit by its warmth. You settle on the sofa, tucking a blanket around you. The warmth from the fire gently caressing your face. The cabin, with its soft lighting, and the gentle crackle of the fire feels like a haven, a world away from everything else. The evening stretches before you, an empty canvas waiting to be painted. There's a sense of timelessness here, as if the hours and minutes don't matter. You might spend some time talking, reminiscing, or simply enjoying the silence and the comfort of each other's presence. The cabin, with the storm quietly playing its symphony outside, becomes a cocoon of peace, a place where memories are made, and the hustle and bustle of the outside world fades into insignificance. May you decide to reminisce first. On the table in front of you is an old photo album. You pick it up and open it. It is filled with photos of you and your loved one in different moments in life together. You smile at each other with great joy in your eyes at the prospect of going down memory lane. You sit back in the comfy couch and start looking. As you open the album, a sense of nostalgia washes over you. It is a treasure trove of your shared history. Each image holds a special place in your heart. Maybe the first photo you find is a slightly faded, but still vibrant photo of the two of you at a beach. Maybe you find a photo of the two of you on holiday together at a holiday dinner. Or maybe you find a photo of the two of you on a hiking trail. You share a glance with your loved one, and in that look, there's an unspoken understanding of the value of these shared moments, the connections that run deep. Whatever the photos are of, they have a profound impact on the two of you. There are images of quiet days at home, of travels to distant places, of celebrations and everyday moments. Some photos might make you laugh out loud. Some photos might bring a sentimental tear. But all of them remind you of the journey you've shared, the love and the experiences that have been the foundation of your relationship. Sitting there in the cozy cabin, with the rain pattering softly outside and the fire crackling gently, you realize how each of these moments has led you to where you are now. Safe, warm, and content in each other's company. The photo album is more than just a collection of images. It's a testament to a life richly lived together. A life full of love, laughter, and companionship. It's a reminder that no matter what the world outside holds, you have each other. And with that, a wealth of memories to cherish. Now, you and your loved one decide to cook a favorite meal together. The act of cooking side by side is comforting and intimate, turning the preparation of food into a dance of shared memories and quiet laughter. You move around the small, well-equipped kitchen with ease, each action a familiar and cherished ritual. The menu for tonight is simple but special, a dish that holds significant memories for both of you. Perhaps it's a recipe you both discovered on a trip, or a comfort food that speaks of home and heart. The ingredients are laid out on the counter, and as you begin to cook, the cabin fills with the mouth-watering aroma of your meal. Cooking together in the cabin's kitchen, surrounded by the gentle sound of rain outside, is a deeply sensory experience. The sizzle of the food in the pan, the aroma of herbs and spices, the warmth from the stove, all these elements come together to create an atmosphere that's both homey and romantic. Once the meal is ready, you set the small dining table by the window. You light a couple of candles, their soft glow adding to the cabin's ambience, casting flickering shadows on the walls. The candlelight, combined with the warm yellow light from the cabin, creates a magical, intimate setting. As you sit down to eat, the rain outside seems to intensify. The droplets creating rhythmic patterns on the window pane. It's a soothing backdrop to your candlelit dinner. The world outside feels distant, irrelevant even, as you focus on the food, the company, and the shared warmth of the moment. The meal is delicious, but what truly makes it special is the setting and the company. You talk, you savor each bite, and you bask in the simple joy of being together. Outside, the rain continues to fall, but inside, there's only comfort, contentment, and love. The night stretches ahead, filled with possibilities. But for now, this moment is perfect. A memory in the making. A testament to the beauty of shared experiences and the comfort of being with someone who means the world to you. After the delightful meal, you both decide to indulge in an activity that has always brought joy to your time together. In the cabin, there's a feeling of timelessness, a luxury that allows you to fully immerse yourselves in these shared moments of happiness. First, you decide to watch your favorite movie together. The cabin has a projector A great touch that transforms the living room into a cozy home cinema. You set up the projector, and soon the wall opposite the couch comes to life with the moving images of your beloved film. The room is filled with the familiar dialogue and soundtrack of the movie. And as you settle into the plush sofa, you're wrapped in a blanket of shared memories and comfort. Outside, the rain continues to fall, providing a steady, soothing backdrop to the movie, its sound mingling with the audio to create a cozy atmosphere. After the movie, you decide to do a quiet activity, like reading or playing a board game. You find equal joy in the simplicity of these pursuits, perhaps. If it's a board game or cards, you clear the table and set it up. A friendly competition and strategy, bringing a light-hearted energy to the cabin. If you choose to read, you each find your comfortable spot, perhaps sharing the sofa, or sitting in 2 armchairs by the fireplace. The pages of your books turn quietly, but the shared silence is a language of its own, speaking volumes of the comfort and understanding between you. In each of these activities, whether it's getting lost in the scenes of a well-loved film, engaging in a playful game, or diving into the pages of a book, the essence of the experience remains the same. It's about being together, sharing in the simple pleasures of life, and enjoying each other's company. As the night deepens, the warmth of the fire, the soft glow of the candles, and the rhythm of the rain create a symphony of coziness. the world outside fades away, leaving only this space, this moment, where you and your loved one are entirely present with each other, cherishing the connection that has always been the heart of your relationship. As the evening winds down, a sense of peaceful tiredness settles over both of you. The activities of the night, filled with warmth and shared joy, have brought a comfortable sleepiness. In the cabin, the sleeping arrangements are as cozy and inviting as the rest of the space, promising a night of restful slumber. The bedroom feels like a haven. Even the smell of the room is deeply calming. Whether you choose to sleep in the same bed or in separate beds is up to you. The beds are enveloped in soft, high-quality linens and plush duvets. The room is softly lit by the glow of a bedside lamp, casting a gentle light that enhances the feeling of calm and safety. As you settle into bed, the mattress perfectly contours to your body, providing an embrace of comfort. The pillows are soft yet supportive, cradling your head as you sink into them. Every detail of the bed has been crafted for ultimate relaxation and comfort. Your loved one is next to you, their presence a reassuring comfort. Allow maybe a little gratitude for this moment, for the peace that fills the room, and for the shared experience of the day. In this space, with this person who means so much to you, you feel a deep sense of contentment and security. The cabin, nestled in the heart of the forest, shelters you as you drift off to sleep. The worries and noise of the outside world seem miles away, irrelevant in the face of the tranquility that envelops you now. Tonight, in this cozy cabin, with the gentle rhythm of the rain and the warmth of shared memories, you bid good night to your loved one. Then sleep comes easily and sweetly. It's a rest that is not just physical, but emotional and spiritual. A rest that rejuvenates and heals, surrounded by the love and safety of being with someone who is a cherished part of your life. Picture yourself standing in a beautiful pine forest, surrounded by a vast mountain range. Mountains covered with snow on their tops stretch in the distance, and a wide path winds through the nature. Lush, evergreen trees and wild flowers are tucked away in the landscape. Take a moment and paint this place on your inner canvas. Feel the pleasant, warm air as you take a deep breath in. Can you detect a scent? Maybe it smells pleasantly woody and earthy. Now is your time. Your time to unwind and to leave all your stress behind. This forest consists of fir and pine trees. The terrain is rather dry and stony, but the flora and fauna has adapted to it. The forest floor is covered with bright green ferns, and pine cones lie everywhere on the ground. A pleasant scent of resin and tart sweet forest flowers is in the air. Now, really try to draw a picture in your mind's eye, just the way it suits you best. Where are you standing, and what do you see? With that in mind, take another deep breath in and let all your stress and worries melt away. Now, take some steps forward and feel the crunch of the gravel under your feet. As you walk, try to feel the ground beneath your feet and notice every little pebble. Have a look up and see how the trees sway slightly in the wind high above. They radiate such a wonderful peace. Firmly rooted, they have stood here for hundreds and hundreds of years and have withstood so many things. Their roots are connected to each other. Every tree, every being in this forest communicates to create a place of resistance and peace. Keep walking through the tall, lush pine forest. The sun shines through the tree branches, and the sweet smell of pine needles fills the air. If you like, take another breath in and consciously perceive the forest smells of sweet pine needles and resin. And when breathing out, imagine blowing away all the thoughts that no longer serve you. Breathe them out into the vast mountain range until they reach the horizon. The sounds of singing birds merge with a gentle breeze rustling through the leaves. The sun is making its arching way across the sky. The leaves dance in a light breeze, conjuring playful games of light and shadow on the forest ground. Walk further along the path, and the further you get, the more you leave your everyday life behind. Feel, with each step, all your worries and stresses are melting away. The sun shines warmly on your skin, and the peace of the forest surrounds you on this warm summer day. The shadows of the trees cool you in a pleasant way, but the warmth of the day has not yet dissipated. Sometimes, when the wind rustles the tree cones, the sun gently warms your skin like a warm coat. Your path leads you further and further, and here and there Other hikers meet you on your way. Their faces radiate exuberance and tranquility. They also seem to appreciate this place and its beauty. Deep peace and security fills this place. As you walk along your way, you notice a little stream gurgling, gently flowing beside the path. The water is crystal clear, and the shadows of the rustling trees cast interesting shadow plays onto its surface. After some time, you see a tree trunk as a seat by the right side of the forest path. If you like, you can sit down and take a little break. Sit down on the tree trunk and feel the rough bark under your seat. Perceive it carefully. Is the trunk rather warm, or is it cool? Take your time, and maybe you want to brush your hands over the bark of the trunk. Everything is possible in your imagination. You hear the sound of the stream and feel the warmth of the sun on your face. Take a few moments to relax and enjoy the moment. As you breathe in, you feel a slight moisture in the air, and also the freshness and purity of the creek. As your breath flows, feel into your stomach and notice its movements. With each lowering of the stomach, the stress and worries leave you. Enjoy this process for a short while and follow your breath. Your lungs fill with fresh air, and as you breathe out, all the stress in your muscles and body melts away. Now you stand up and continue walking on the forest path. Perhaps you feel refreshed and invigorated as you set out. The way winds further through the trees and the forest. Different scents and the warm air surround you on your way. The path becomes wider and after some time it descends a little. In front of you, you see a blue glow shining through the treetops. Behind large pine trees is what seems to be a crystal clear lake. Now, walk a few more steps, and then its entire beauty is visible. A beautiful lake sparkles and shines in the afternoon sun, and the water glistens invitingly through the treetops. As you continue your descent, you can see the lake so crystal clear. Soon, you reach its shore, consisting of warm sand. The sun is shining, and the sky is a deep blue, with gentle clouds passing by. The sound of birds chirping in the trees frames the serenity of the lake. Feel the warmth of the sun on your skin as you take in the beauty of the surrounding mountain range that makes up the background. The sound of laughter reaches your ears as you look out across the lake. People are gathered together, swimming and enjoying the lake. At the other side is what seems to be a little campsite. A gentle breeze blows through the air, caressing you and carrying the smell of flowers and trees. The lake shimmers with a crystal clear blue that looks like diamonds shimmering in the sun. If you like, take off your shoes and walk to the water's edge. The chilly water brings a feeling of refreshment and invigoration. As you dip your feet in the lake, the coldness may send a shiver down your spine. You start to feel more grounded. If you like, you can lay down in the warm sand of the lakeshore, maybe crossing your arms behind your head. Soak in the warm sun and enjoy the light breeze that sometimes caresses your skin. Appreciate the beauty of the lake. Perhaps you can feel your senses becoming more calm as you take in this soothing scene. Gaze up a little at the sky, watching the passing clouds, or close your eyes, breathing in naturally in this beautiful atmosphere. It's a feeling of a sense of calm peace. Take in the sounds of the lake and allow yourself to rest for a little time here. Soon, you will reach your forest cabin, located on the mountain tops at the other side of the lake. After some time, you get up to continue on your way. A path winds around the lake. As you walk around it, perceiving your surroundings mindfully, the landscape soon becomes more hilly. Your cabin isn't too far away. You reach the other side of the lake and wander up a winding path, taking in the sights and sounds of nature all around you. On your way to the mountain range, you can fully observe the wildlife. You see a family of deer grazing in a meadow, and birds singing in the trees. A chipmunk flits from branch to branch with nuts in its jaws, and it has already disappeared into its burrow. As you look around, just notice the beauty of your surroundings. This place is in full harmony. You walk and walk, and after some time it gets cloudy. Look up at the sky and see how many white and darker clouds are beginning to hover under the blue sky. Suddenly, you hear a rumble in the distance, and the sky begins to darken. A soft summer rain begins to fall lightly around you. Take a moment to perceive this sound in all its little details. Can you hear the light patter? Nature can handle the rain very well. It almost seems like it needed it. The forest is in harmony with the rain. The landscape becomes hillier, and soon you will reach your cabin. The pine trees lighten, and the path leads further and further into the mountain range. Finally, you reach the top of one of the mountains, from which you can see for miles. And there is your cozy cabin, nestled in the hilly mountain landscape. Its walls are made of thick logs that knit together like a rustic quilt, topped by a sloping tiled roof in dark, rich hues. The big windows let you gaze directly onto the vast mountainscape and valley. Tracks of smoke spiral up from the chimney, curling in a welcoming greeting. To the front, a long wooden porch stretches out, inviting you to come closer and admire the view of the surrounding valleys and rolling hills. To the right, a sturdy oak door stands tall, beckoning you to enter and discover what lies within. You turn the lock of the door and step inside the cabin. It's filled with warmth and comfort. A big stone fireplace is lit, filling the cabin with a soft orange glow. Cozy furniture and thick blankets are strewn about, and it is a peaceful and inviting atmosphere. The walls retain the heat of the fireplace and emanate a cozy feeling of warmth and security. Enjoy the beauty of your soothing mountain retreat and allow yourself to arrive. Leave everything burdensome outside and let it dissolve in the soft mist of the rain. Listen to the sounds of the warming fireplace. The soft crackle. The distant rain pattering against the windows. Draw this cabin, your safe place, on your inner canvas. Anything is possible, and you can imagine this place just the way you like it best. Can you smell the rustic, woody aroma of the cabin? The scent of burning wood. You see a large armchair near the fire, a rocking chair in the corner, shelves lined with books and knickknacks. You let your feet sink into the plush rug and take a deep breath. Feeling the tension melt away from your body. Now, settle into the armchair and wrap yourself in a soft blanket. Outside, you can hear the gentle patter of rain against the roof and windows. Close your eyes and feel yourself fully protected. The day was long and exhausting, but now you can finally rest. Isn't this feeling soothing? The feeling of relaxing each and every muscle after a long day's walk. Feel into your body. Maybe you sense heaviness or lightness, or a feeling of warmth. Your legs become heavy. So do your arms. Your back stretches in a pleasant way, and your muscles grow heavy and warm. Take in the peaceful atmosphere, feeling completely relaxed and at ease. allow yourself to just be in this moment. Feeling the comfort and peace of the cabin. And the rain lulling you in to a deep sense of relaxation. You are walking through a beautiful forest. You have a map, and you have been told your caravan awaits. It is afternoon, and you have time to find the caravan. And you know you will, because my voice will guide you, and because this is a very, very easy walk, and above all, a very, very safe place. As you walk under the shade of the trees, you look above, and through the leaves you can make out the blue of the sky above you. It's one of those really beautiful days. The type of day you never forget. One of those special ones that just stays in your memory. Who knows why, but those days happen. Perhaps it's because of the senses coming alive so much. Breathe in this moment. Really allow yourself to sense everything around you. It is late spring, and there is such a wonderful smell of blooms in the air. You stop next to a beautiful sequoia tree. Look at the texture of the tree. How amazing it is that this natural wonder has formed this way. How much time it has taken. Bit by bit, it has matured. From a tiny seed in the ground to this huge, stunning feature of nature that is now so tall you can't see the top of it. You allow your hand to glide over the bark, feeling the randomness of the wood beneath your hands. There is something that nature does to us. It softens us. It is where we come from. We are nature, and so we feel so at home here. For we are a part of this world, and this world is a part of us. We are not apart from it. We are of it. You continue your walk. The soft forest floor beneath your feet is cushiony and so soothing to walk upon. You hear the trickle of water in the distance. It is a little stream, and you go towards it. You can see this water is clean and clear and pure. It is running from a nearby mountain. And so you bend over and take a drink. It is cleansing, nourishing, and life-giving. You see a little squirrel scurry up a tree. This little life going about its business, not realizing perhaps the great beauty of its home. A slight breeze blows through the leaves. You close your eyes and breathe in the fresh air around you. And you breathe out anything you don't need now. You continue on the path, following the map. You pass by ancient stones. You pass by many trees. And eventually you come to a clearing, a kind of circle of trees that surround a grassy area. How beautiful it is. A butterfly passes you and flies high towards the top of a tree. How free it looks. How content. And then your eyes come down and fall upon your cozy home for the night, your caravan. Now this is not a swanky, plush, high-end caravan. This is a very simple caravan. It might be 20, even 30 years old. But the main thing is that it is shelter for the night, and it is cozy, and it is filled with stories, and it has seen such joy, and you are about to add to that joy and coziness and calm You open the door of the caravan and look inside. It has been beautifully prepared for you. It is clean and fresh. It smells of lavender. It is a veritable sleep sanctuary. And it is all yours for the night. Most of it is taken up with a huge bed. It has been modernized, you see, to only have a bed and a little loo. And above the bed is the best part. A view onto the night sky. Yes, installed is a piece of clear material that allows you to look out and up when you go into your bed. But not just yet, for there is a sunset to watch first. You go outside into the little clearing. The sounds of the animals, your constant friend right now. And you light the little campfire that has been prepared for you. And you look towards the west as the sky turns orange and pink, and the sun, our nearest star, starts to say goodbye to the day. Perhaps as you watch the sunset, you are reminded that we are indeed on a planet, floating through space, and the sun is indeed a star, not unlike those stars that begin to appear in the sky above you now. Breathe in this moment. You are safe. All is well. This is your time. Look up and see the greatest display of nature before your eyes. A shooting star passes. Make a wish. Whatever you want. You make some food over the fire. It is whatever you want to have. It is a comforting meal. And not long after finishing your meal, you decide to go into the caravan and get ready for bed. You lie down and you look up through the clear roof to the stars above. Then clouds start to move over the stars, and soon the first raindrops are falling. There is a coziness to this, a feeling of being protected. The rain gets heavier and heavier, and you are safely within your caravan, under the cozy blanket. And you decide to listen to an audiobook called The History of the Caravan, a Travel Through Time. Introduction. In the heart of every road, every path, and every journey lies the story of the caravan. Not just a vehicle, but a vessel of dreams, a bearer of adventure, and a home away from home. The History of the Caravan, a Travel Through Time, is an ode to this humble abode on wheels, which has been a silent witness to the changing landscapes of human history, culture, and the relentless pursuit of freedom and discovery. Our journey begins beneath the starlit skies of ancient nomadic tribes, where the very essence of the caravan was born not of wood and metal, but of necessity and survival. These were the first caravans, moving homes that carried families, their belongings, and their livestock across vast and unyielding terrains, following the seasons, the rains, and the promise of life. As we traverse through the sands of time, we see the caravan evolve mirroring the progress of civilization itself. From the silk-laden camel caravans that tread softly over the Silk Road, bringing together culture, commerce, and connectivity between the East and the West, to the ornately decorated Romani Vardos, each a masterpiece of craftsmanship and a vessel of stories untold. The caravan transforms, yet remains at its core a symbol of freedom. The Industrial Revolution brings with it the winds of change, and with these winds, the caravan finds a new identity, no longer bound by the limitations of beasts of burden. The caravan embraces the age of the automobile, the recreational vehicle, or RV, as it would come to be known, emerges as a beacon of modernity, combining the comforts of home with the allure of the open road. In the history of the caravan, a travel through time, we invite you to embark on a journey, not just through the annals of history, but through the heart of human aspiration. From the caravans that dotted ancient trade routes, offering rest and respite to weary travelers, to the modern campgrounds where families and friends gather under the glow of the moon, sharing stories, laughter, and dreams. The spirit of the caravan endures. This book is a tribute to that enduring spirit. It is a story of movement and stillness, of leaving and arriving, and of the spaces in between. It is a tale of humanity's quest for discovery, not just of new lands, but of oneself. In these pages, you will find not just the history of the caravan, but a reflection of the nomadic soul that resides within us all, calling us forth on a journey without end, a travel through time. Welcome aboard. You pause your audiobook now and just continue to enjoy the coziness of this moment, the soft lighting of the caravan, the sound of the rain, the ability to enjoy the simple pleasures of life, free from distraction. Perhaps you decide to journal, or to just say things out loud that you want to clear from your mind. Or that you want to record things that you might be grateful for. Writing or saying things out loud is such a good way to clear our minds, to put things in perspective. You stretch out now. You have nowhere to be, nowhere to go. You are not alone here. My voice is with you, as are the little animals who live in the forest, like the little squirrel you saw earlier. And there's an owl not too far away. And there's a family of deer. You are safe here. Safe to have the sleep of your dreams. You feel yourself letting go a little more now. Really settling in as the night deepens. All the little animals are going to sleep now. Each one saying goodbye to the day. and your eyes are heavier and heavier now. The owl keeps watch in the trees above. And the cozy caravan protects you from the rain outside. You have all that you need in this moment. You have all that you need in any moment. Perhaps this time in the caravan has served as a reminder to you of the important things in life. Of the beauty of nature. The beauty of the human quest for adventure. The beauty of our universe. And how you have your own small but very significant role to play in this great cycle of life. And so, under your cozy blanket, on your very comfortable bed, you fall into a deep, restful sleep on this rainy night in your cozy caravan.